Hello Internet. As I just mentioned in the Discord chat, I meant to fit my new video card. I forgot. Something fancy. It's a passively called GTX 730. Oh yeah. But what it does have is 4 HDMI sockets. So I've been struggling. So basically what I want to do on my computer is have my main GPU just drive the main screen and the capture, and my other monitors, my other 3 monitors, possibly soon to be 4, to be driven off of the other card. The card's fine. It's a 2D accelerated card. It will do fine. I'm not going to play games on that card. Curious to see how many games decide to use the wrong video card, because they invariably will. You know they will. Dora is so it's actually really dark here. So I've had to like shine a vanity light. I've got a ring light just for Dora. Bless her. Right, let's make sure I've got the chat up. Let us make sure I have got my music. So what I've done, you see, I've got some. I say fancy new earbuds. They're fancy for me. So I've got some new headphones so I can listen to music and you can't hear it. So there's no chance of copyright strikes. Brilliant. Other thing I should check is that I am actually streaming, not talking to myself. Always a good plan. Yes, or apart from that, my thumbnail is now Astro Trucks. Fine, but we are live. Excellent. Oh, and that is very loud. So no specific plans. I am still in the realms of that's annoying. That's annoying. I did see something because I was working on a different project earlier and I saw an option. Yeah, low texture on demand. This will avoid some stalls and reduce CPU usage. Well, then yes, I want to do that. Then it says it require a restart and then doesn't, so. Right, so we'll put Cleany Dora in the corner. I guarantee however I arrange it, she will just arrange herself. There we go. But it's really not that light in here. That's quite a dim little. Actually, let me just. Before I say that, let me just check. Keep looking yourself. Is that better? There we go. I set the light to warm. Now I don't, because I didn't fit my video card, I don't have as easy access to the chat as I'd like. Yes, I know there's a new copy of Java available, shut up. So that's going to have to go there. Okay, I think everything's arranged. Now I just need to do the live streams. I would like to mention everyone. So I just for anyone who's like going, why are you atting me? We have a live streams channel for when I do dev related live streams, and then an announcement channel for more important things, so game related things. And I really have not done enough state of play videos of Astro Trucks looking at that channel. Like, I really need to do some more. It's just that it doesn't have like exciting snap moments I can show. Like, making a trailer of Astro Trucks is going to be tricky, like really tricky. So yeah, I'm not sure what to do there. And Astro Trucks and t'other game, name pending, those are my marketing practices for FortressCraft. There was a tweet earlier that says, respect to all the indie devs who are about to release a game next week, and their entire marketing plan was tweet about it a lot. So I was like, I feel personally attacked. Hey, Dan Moser, and hey, Woodja999. Hope you're both doing well. I was just looking at these old. So we've got Central Power Hub MB. We have Central Power Hub MB patch 16. So I couldn't break people's worlds. Corekeeper, looking at you right now. So that's the game. This, if I stick my face in here, there's the original CPH. Oh. There's the CPH that we changed it to, and this is the new CPH with the force field floor, and the drop ship moved over here, which is actually amusing that I've kept them. There's something that I said a lot of devs don't do. They're very bad at doing is making sure you don't break people's worlds. However, I can totally break it now. I believe if things screw up, it drops back to Central Power Hub. So if there's an issue with whatever reason, it will regenerate this CPH. But that should mean that this one and the other one can go. But this is where I'm getting into the realms of, I'm potentially breaking things. I've also learned a lot since I wrote FortressCraft. One of the things I no longer do is this, what I'm doing here, where this object has a spawn. This is an enormous enum, which is fine. There are no problems with enormous enums. They are good and wonderful things. Steve, if you're listening, you're wrong. They are wonderful. I use enums everywhere. They are an excellent way of things. But we have 833, which again is not a problem in itself until I want to assign one, because Unity does this, and it's like, what the hell? So, what I will probably do is have a system like I do in other games now, where I can generate the spawnable object enum from the name. So I default that to press X to get to the end of the enum and fuck you, Unity, because it's just, Unity does not design to deal with enums with this much. I can't even scroll this list. So if I want to go to, I can press G to toggle 4 things with a G in it, but I can't scroll this list. All I can do is click, no, I can't even click on the, that's it. That's the only way I can navigate that list. It's awful. So I will say auto set from name. So for all new ones, I will do that. Now, I don't know where we... So for those of you who've watched us play Ministry or FortressCraft or other games of that sort of ilk, something that I've learned from those games, and something that we do try and practice when we're playing them, is you can't just go in and go, oh, I'll fix this. You have to learn what it is first. You have to make sure you understand it before you try and fix it. Because I have played a lot of games with FortressCraft people, and they're like, oh, their sorting system's terrible, and they just fix it. And then they turn out they didn't do what they thought they did. So you have to be careful what you do. Thankfully, I did write this code. And yeah, so this is how old this is. Because I said put the word script on things. Tommy, a small summarum. I'm not sure that's a real word. So I can give you a very short summary, but there are some quite large and detailed design documents in the FortressCraft 2 channel on our Discord. So I highly recommend that you read those because they are quite detailed. Occasionally I get stuck in a garage waiting for one of my old cars to get fixed, and when I do that I usually sit down and I work on these documents because I can do it on my phone. So one of the main things to note is that this is a sequel, but that doesn't mean it is going to be a radically different game. A fair way of initially summing up the game is to say it is FortressCraft 1 with better graphics. Whilst I am fulfilling that goal, that also means that I can fix stuff. So for example, exactly what I was just doing. So for example, we've still got 4 different types of CPH in the game, because if your world was old, you would have had one of the older ones, and I would have had to support that. That can go. Robot movers are going. Constructor bots are almost definitely going. I will be getting rid of stuff I no longer want in the game, making the game more neater and more streamlined. But the important thing is that there is a plan for progression. So you're no longer just, I don't really know what I'm doing, what do I do? There is, it's to be fair, all I've done is I have codified what you were doing anyway, because I've already had one person massively complain about this. So it is just simply what we were doing anyway, only it is explaining to you, hey look, at this point we expect you to build lifts. You were doing this anyway, you already know this, it's fine. But if you didn't know it, then somebody else will go, yeah, if you didn't know, you'd be like, oh, I build lifts at this point. And so on and so on. Cryptic, the Subaru is in need of a lot of work on the bodywork. So donations gratefully received, of course. Essentially, there's I don't know, a foot of like absolutely horrific corrosion, but the rest of the car they said is fine, and then asked me did I park it under a gutter or something. Like they were really quite confused why we just had this one knackered bit, but it's not. Yeah, she is an old girl, 25 years old this year. To be fair, for a 25-year-old car that's never had any major bodywork or resprays, it's in superb condition, but it is 25 years old. So yeah. Tommy, I hope that sort of sums it up. It's FortressCraft, but prettier. And it's FortressCraft with more experienced developer on it. That's me. Old me wasn't very experienced. I have vaguely mentioned this in the Discord a bit, but I've been looking at one of my very old projects, a project I wrote 13, 14 years ago, before FortressCraft, and oh my god, I was so bad at coding. I'm sorry if you've got a headache. So yeah, think of it as FortressCraft, but with modern rendering tech, and hopefully, well, and I'll say hopefully without a publisher, without the same publisher. So hopefully, if I get a publisher, they will be a little bit better. There will not be any deep discounts. Those discounts hurt my fucking soul. I mean, FortressCraft has gone for like £2. The plan is to make this a more expensive game. I'll touch on that in a second, but a more expensive game and do my own discounts, but not these absolutely unbelievable race to the bottom ones. And that's actually something interesting I actually wanted to touch on. And I'm just curious, because I think there's a whole bunch of you watching at this point, because it's the beginning of the stream and you've not got bored yet. I'm key. I mean, something probably I'll mention a lot. So over the last 1 to 2 years, almost everything I do has almost doubled in price. So the one example I like to give out is 3D printing. So 3D printing, I've done it for a while now, and it's I really like it. But when I started 3D printing, electricity was £12 a kilo. Now electricity is £24 a kilo. It's doubled. My personal price of electricity has quadrupled since in the last year and a bit. So my running costs as a company have doubled, I reckon, within the last year. I'm not even exaggerating. It has genuinely doubled, and to some definitions, it's quadrupled in the last 2 years. And yet, I bet you guys would all balk if I doubled the price of the game. And this is something I actually will be possibly talking about a bit more the wider gaming community, which is with Brexit, it hasn't helped with the inflation. It is. I don't get a wage as such. I sell games. I make money via that. But if the cost of living has doubled, in the real world, when you get hyperinflation and stuff like that, the cost of things shoots up, but the wages shoot up to match, which is both the solution and the problem. But I don't think I can do that. I don't think I can crank up the price of all my games saying, sorry guys, I'm in an economic crisis. How difficult is it to self-publish on Steam? You click on this button here, and then it tells you to do that. I really have, but all right, whatever. I might just do that. I might have to do it off screen. I think I might have some title CEO. I accept. I have the rights. I might need to look up some company numbers. You must have actual authority. I believe I do. Do you mean Project Games Limited? So I've got 2 Steam accounts, Project Games Limited. No, I'm confused. Oh. So then I went back again and it went, cool, that's fine. So how do you self-publish on Steam? Well, you go to your organisation has not agreed to the latest. Okay, click there. 2 secs. I've got to hide that because I've got to put in some personal details. Okay, I authorise you. Continue. Then it went, you must have actual authority. It just says you must have actual authority. Anyway, I think it's because I've got 2 Steam accounts, Project Games Limited and Project Games Limited, which are basically the same thing. And also, so this one's got 5 apps on it. But for some reason, I've got both of them. Anyway, no, the point is, every person who writes games, every company from Electronic Arts to me, it now costs twice as much. Everything has doubled in price. To match, wages have to double in price. Wages are pretty much all that you make a game with. So my question is, or my point, my thought is more, well, I mean, computer games are possibly about to double in price. Yeah, I'm really confused. I might have to contact Valve going, I've got an account. But anyway, Cryptic, the TLDR is, I click this button, I pay up, I log in, gold. I log in, and then I pay for it. I won't do it now, and I just pay for it. Done. Was it because I wasn't logged in? You weren't happy I was doing this? I've got an account. I've got a slot that I've received for whatever reason. Please contact Valve. Associated partner account. Project Games Limited. Hi. Wait, what? Hi. I've confusingly got two accounts, Projector Games Limited and Projector Games Limited. One of them has a create new Steam. Oh, by the way, these are the streams. The streams are a snapshot into actually writing games, not like Indie Games Movie. This is very, very much what writing games is. It's waiting for dialogue boxes and filling in forms. However, it says I need to agree to the Steam agreement, but when I try, it fails. Can you please assist? Also, if I could please combine those two. That would be amazing. Don't really know why I have two. I don't know. I think basically, Rob, I want them to just collapse them together. I don't want to. I shouldn't have to. And if they could just make it to one, that'd be awesome. They are the same. Like, I have access to both of them, so some of these are under different sort of accounts. But anyway, I wasn't going to create one. My point was just that's how you do it. You pay $100 and you click that button and you're done. And oh, look at this. Guess who's in the Steam Base Builder sale? Incidentally, they invited FortressCraft Chapter 1, but didn't invite FortressCraft Evolved. So, good job there, Valve. So, how difficult is it? It's extremely easy. But yeah, Cryptic, it's something that I was thinking about yesterday, because I'm going through various bits and bobs, various ways of publishing and funding and doing all of that, and it just sort of crossed my mind that I haven't considered making the game more expensive, but I probably should, really. And the issue, of course, is that everything's gone up for everyone, and games are traditionally a very, very, very they're excellent value for money as a rule of thumb. So I'm really loath to just destroy this. So that's the central power hub. That's the central power hub multi-block, so that can go. And that's the central power hub from patch 16. This is the newer one. I never want that to spawn, really. I mean, I can get rid of. What I'll do is if it does spawn, and I don't expect it to, I'll just create a great big cube like that. Yeah, I have so many things to do on this. It is genuinely daunting how much needs to. What texture was it? I put map diffuse too. It's genuinely daunting how much I will need to do. Like, not even joking. because I have a lot of stuff you see was written in an instance way, and that all needs to be redone. Nothing can come across. I have a new instance renderer. I wrote for Fairway Train. I upgraded for Nomancer. I've used a lot. Cryptic. Let me just be clear. It's extremely easy as long as I don't mind giving them $100. So if I'm on Projector Games Looted, there you go. There's the $100 button. Incidentally, I've sent them videos of me playing both of these, and they've argued. And it's like, dude, I can't recompile Steam Heroes. I really can't. But it definitely works. Here's a video of it working. But yeah, on Projector Games Limited, for some reason, I have an app I'm not allowed to do. I have a free app. Yeah, sad times. Fairway Train has been cancelled because if anybody wants to do levels for a game, there. Space Mayor, I couldn't quite work out exactly what the game was. I forgot FortressCraft Road even existed, and I don't know what's on there. Am I running Steam? Because I have a new game coming out. As I mentioned, I dug up a old game that I never finished, a pre-FortressCraft game. But okay, Dan. But if the games have all now cost twice as much to make, at what point do you? I mean, this is the difficult thing. I agree with you. The amount of games I will pay $60 for, I can count on one hand. I'm like, no. But games haven't gone up in price in a long time. And if you compare games to anything else, food, cinema, go-karting, anything. What the hell? Anything at all, they are incredibly good value for money. What's wrong with Steam Heroes? Well, that's a good question. I even messaged them going, yeah, it does. Unsupported, click for details. Test failed due to text input not automatically invoking the on-screen keyboard in the game. But like, I've already responded to them with a video of going, but it works. Like it might not be, it's playable, it might be a pain in the arse, but yeah. But it's like, as of the Steamworks SDK 1.52, this game is written in XNA. This game, I haven't compiled it in 10 years. Yeah, text input does not register from the on-screen keyboard. The name input field, I'm not even sure it's gone. But like, test failed due to input glyphs being like, it's weird. It's a shame they haven't got playable with some issues. To me, unsupported means it doesn't work, but it bloody does. Now, FortressCraft Chapter 1 does not work, and Clejon and I are still failing to make that happen. It's getting there, but slowly. Is that black or see-through? I just deleted a file. 6, 7, 8. 8 seconds to pop up a dialogue saying, are you sure you want to delete it? Wow. So I'm not saying Unity's got a lot of issues, but my God, Unity has a lot of issues. The amount of textures that aren't streaming yet is just unbelievable. And of course that won't be supported by my instance render. Oh, so much to do. But Dan, my point is, if everybody only buys the games when they're on sale, then every game developer is going to go bust. I mean, some game devs make a lot of money, but a lot of them don't. I mean, I've always massively encouraged people, playing indie games, supporting the indie games, but there's still a feeling that indie devs should not be paid as much as normal devs. I mean, the money gets split less ways, but I mean, what did Tiny Tina, is it Borderlands 3? 850 people worked on it, I think. I can't remember how much it made. Not enough, they said. But as an indie dev, someone who will not sell that many copies, unless I'm very lucky, I will struggle a bit at the low price. Back up, Jack. It's a cat. That's what that is. It's a cat. She's very happy. Well, she's not. She's a pain in my ass. If you are new to this channel and you've no idea at all what you're looking at, like, really, are you genuinely a new person? You'd like me to explain from exactly what's going on? I can do. Oh no, Dan, this is one of the. On this stream, I do a number of things on my dev streams. One of them is I give you an insight into actually writing games. I have, you've got like Indie Game the movie, and you've got all of those sort of things, which, quite frankly, should be taken outside and shot for the inaccuracies on that. Like, really, really. But one of the other things is to give you guys an insight into the... Where's the AO map? An insight into the sort of the other side of the fence. I'm a developer. I'm also a gamer, but I am a developer. So I see things differently. Steam sales are the worst thing. They are just horrendous in so many ways. You've got this race to the bottom, which is the worst thing you can do. So I'm just looking at this shader. Let me show you a second. So this is the default fancy shader, and it supports masks. Okay. Oh, ambient inclusion in the G. Oh, I can't even see that. Indie Game the movie followed 3 superstars. It followed, oh god, I remember what it is now. It was like it followed Fez, Minecraft, and something else. How can I describe? Imagine, let me put it into things that everyone can understand. Imagine there's this little documentary, and it's really popular, and it's talking about making films, and it follows Avengers Assemble, Avatar, and I don't know, I'm trying to think of a really big film. The Matrix. It follows these sort of going, these people are making their films, and it's like these things were already massive hits. They were guaranteed to be fine, and a lot of people began to think that was, that's how it is when you write games. It's not. They were the superstars of this. They was, although they did very well, more power to them. They aren't a very good indication of actually how it is. Yeah. Indie Game the movie is basically a movie called How to Have a Job, and it stars Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, and Elon Musk. Yeah, perfect. Exactly that. No. And it was interesting, but it made a lot of people think that you can just become an indie dev and do really well. And you might, but I have done talks at universities essentially saying, for God's sake, don't become an indie dev and expect to be rich. You might have a great time, you might really, really enjoy what you do, and that is amazing, and more power to you, but the chance of you ever becoming rich off this is very, very small. And you either need to be super, super talented, or more likely, super lucky. I was lucky. And, well, I was lucky and experienced. I wouldn't go so far to say that I was talented. Back up, Jack. Why are you not already making them? What's stopping you from making your own games? That's one of the things I do on this channel, is I encourage people to stop wasting your time watching me and go off and make your own games. And I've had a few people do it and let me know that they've released their games, which is always brilliant. What the hell is that? I wanted to, there we go. Unlit. Oh, is that really how I did it? I mean, these are just annoying me because I can see them off in the distance. Well, they have a lot of animations. They do. Is it there? Yeah, there we go. Oh. Yeah, there we go. Where's the play button? There we go. They've lots and lots and lots of animations, these. They're very good. Like, this was supposed to be a boss fight for something. I don't quite know. Like, so it can spit high in the air, or it can spit low. Like, this is a full-on mega boss level of things. And it can react to different parts of it being destroyed. I don't do any of these things, but yeah, it's really good. Oop, missed. No, wait, what did you need to do there? There we go. I mean, Jack, what were you trying to do? What bit couldn't you figure out? Let's phrase it like that. Possibly, I'd say they're possibly a little bit bright. It's very hard to tell. The concept of what is, no, the other way. The concept of what is bright has got a little bit vague in this. There was a little bit too much pink in the scene. Pink means Unity doesn't have a shader for it. I wonder what this is. Heat holder. There's an object called heat. I have no idea what this is. It's on my head. Maybe I'll remember when I give it a material. Oh, it doesn't have one. It's magenta, specifically. Well, in this case, it's not. In this case, this one, that's there. That is a color I chose. That is saying to me, that is the an unassigned texture. I genuinely don't know what this is. Do I have a material called heat? No. Like, I don't know what that is. Actually, what machine is it? There's a machine called heat source. Is that one of the heat? It's animated, but I can't find any materials or textures for it. I guess I'll have to come back to it. At some point, I'll place it in the game and go, oh, yeah. Storage, mass storage crate, docking port, okay. But yeah, one of the things I have to do first is just to put 1,000,001 things so they work again. And then much later on, all the other things. All right, what are you? Melting cube. It has been so long, I don't really remember what that should be. So I'm just going to do that for the time being. This is Unity, this engine. Unity is one of the 2 biggest game engines in the world. Some ridiculous number, like 85% of mobile games are written using Unity. Essentially, if it's not written in Unreal, it's written in Unity. Those are quite literally the 2 options out there. But what I'm doing at the minute is I am typing the wrong thing in. I am resurrecting. Well, I've brought a very old game into a much more modern version of the editor, and I am making it all work. So if we actually go into game, there was one thing that was really annoying me. Well, hey, Winterfolk, I shipped a game in the CryEngine. Thank you so much. It was terrible, but I did. Jack, I mean, movement's not a thing. I mean, movement is the I mean, what moving? What, the camera? I mean, a player. I mean, this is quite a big thing in of itself. Okay, so the... Oh man, I never remember now. Equals enum dot tripars. I'm sure it was capital C, capital E. Oh, okay. It has got so slow. It really, I don't know what it is, whether it's DevStream or what. Did I write enum extensions? Apparently I did. No, oh my word, that has to be written by Steve. That's horrible. Cast T to object to int to object, and then and it with a bitwise inversion. It's okay, I don't need to write this. I will just go to... I know it's called tripars, I am sure of it, and I'm very sure if I look inside that folder there, I've already written it. Trick number 1, want to become a good programmer. Just have a good memory and work out where you did something before. That helps. Else debug.log. See, look. Give me my autocomplete. Thank you. It's so slow. Core you can in theory do a lot with the blueprinty stuff in Unity, and I do highly recommend that as a way to start. But moving an object in Unity is as simple as a script that just modifies. You can just say transform.position plus equals, or let's write it all out. Well, I mean, I could write it here. If you want to make, if you want to move forwards, transform.position equals transform.position plus transform.forwards. That will move it forwards at 1 meter per frame. That will move it forwards at 1 meter per second, and that will move it forwards at 8 meters per second. How did I learn to make games? My babysitter explained to me about writing games when I was a very, very young person, and I have never stopped learning to make games ever since. I'm still learning. Just the other day in one of the chats, I had totally forgotten the difference between a jagged array and a multi-dimensional array. And I was like, oh, because I've not used one in about 15 years. I was like, oh, God, right, okay, yes. I forgot that was a thing, an array of arrays. But this will be the way I'm doing it in future, is that I'm able to locate but the main thing to learn about doing anything is just not to give up. Oh, that's wrong there. But yeah, I have a unique ID for everything in the game, and there's about 1,000 things in the game, and Unity really, really, really doesn't work there. Right, let's see if anything jumps out at me is hugely broken. So because I have so much to fix, there's not just a few things wrong with this game, there are thousands of things wrong. It kind of doesn't matter what order I do them in. I'm just doing whatever I feel like at this. Like here, that's a bit pink. Where's my mouse cursor? I have to pause to get my mouse cursor back. But we do have, well, beginnings of lighting. This is the other thing. You know something's good when you come back to it next week and it still looks good. Now I'm looking, that looks all right. The fog is a bit big and patchy, isn't it? That's what I wanted to fix, is that glow there. And oh wow, so my frame rate is horrific. I pause the game, like pause Unity, and go to the same place. Oh, not that one, that's the spider bot. Well, you see there, frame rate is absolutely fine. But for some unknown reason, when the game is running, the frame rate tanks. Yeah, I don't like that. I liked it last week, I don't like it this week, so it needs to change until I like it every week. Oh, well, we got some pink stuff. Let's fix this. Although, to be fair, these will be going, but I still use them in other places. I'm not saying I'm not professional, but one of these materials is called glowy stuff. Oh, it is actually just literally glowy stuff. Okay. Oh man, I don't know which one it was. I got two things called glowy things. And this one was that one. Slowly getting there. And at some point, I'll need to do this enormous second pass, bringing all this back up to be performant, because it's not. I'm just making it work in, I'll say, in a dumb way, and then I will reevaluate what's fast and what's not. Is that not the same texture? Ugh. Now that is a nasty bump map. Motion blurs. But yeah, when the game's paused, see how well it runs? Unpause it. Chug, 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 chug. I don't know if you can actually see that on stream, but it's hugely different frame rates. That needs to be examined, whatever the hell that's being caused by. So you're there. That is the glow map. What I might do though is, what that light is. I'll go back to that in a sec. I don't actually see anything glowing. I've just made it brighten the sun. I don't see anything glowing at all on this entire. Oh, well, something on the inside's glowing. Oh, is it that? Yeah. Ah, there we go. That's what it was. Oh no, it's just that bit at the bottom. Okay, well that works. What is this light here then? Commander check. Okay, that's in a stupid ass place. That should be, you know, there or something. Oh, these computer screens supposed to be. Essentially, I'm on a pink crusade. I just want to get rid of a lot of these bits and bobs. Oh man, do we have a flipbook tech? Okay, now I wrote a flipbook shader. Let's try something. What could go wrong? Nothing could go wrong, it's all backed up. Where the hell are my shaders? Shaders. Phoenix. Right. So if I go into Astro Trucks, which is one of the other games I'm currently working on, and I wrote a flipbook shader, but this flipbook shader is in the wrong render pipeline. Am I allowed to use it here? I might be. And the answer is yeah. Oh. Cannot find. Wow. Oh man, that's going on Twitter. What the hell? That's amazing. It says, cannot find the code for this target. A package may be missing. Okay, but that's fine. Okay, do I? So can I just do that? That'd be brilliant if I can. If I can pull in shaders from other platforms and basically change what they are, that would be amazeballs. Right, flip, unlit flip. And you are 8x8, 01 8x8 64. Okay, and you have, well, eight columns. 8 columns and 8 rows. And more fact it's not working. That's brilliant. Hold on. Anim speed. Ta-da! Hey, pleased with that. I mean, it's not a real thing. Obviously, it's just a. Wow, can you believe that's a 2048 by 2048 texture? I can't either. Is it actually that bad? I can read that. Left wing damage at the points. I totally can't read that though. I mean, I guess I could. Ooh, no compression. And let's not have uncompressed. Obviously, this is just fluff rather than anything useful. There we go. And I will slow it down a little bit. I fixed all of them. Oh, I need to make them stream too. Come on, Unity, click on the thing I clicked on. I suspect what will happen is these will display useful information, but when they aren't displaying useful information, they will just animate like that. If nothing else, they look good in screenshots, and that is a surprisingly important thing. If anyone says screenshots don't sell games, I'm afraid they do. They have done ever since right back on the Amiga and Atari ST days, where you would always have on the back going screenshots from the Amiga version. What are you? This is just a material called Shadow Blend. I have no idea what this was for. So I will just make it slightly transparent black. Because I don't know. Oh, there we go. That's what it was. There's the... Oh, yeah. Oh, so this is the thing. When you share shaders, you just... it just works. Like, it works somewhere else. It just works here. Sorry, Rob. Why don't more people do stuff like what? Sorry. Yeah, that's too much. This looks horrible. I wonder why. So I suspect there's a long ongoing task for Tad to redo all the textures. But we can swizzle. And I haven't swizzled yet. So this mask map is, it's not telling me, great. We have a mask? We have a map, but things don't look right. Even though there should be a nice bright orange. I was about to say not too much pink, and then I zoomed out. I mean, honestly, the amount of people that don't... Very few games do dynamic rendering quality. Really, really, really few. And it blows my mind. So I said earlier, I've resurrected one of my old projects, and I thought I'd give it a bash because I think it would be pretty good on the Steam Deck. And this is a 14-year-old project by me, it looks at the frame rate and basically spawns less particles when the frame rate's lower. It's not a big thing, but it helps. We've almost started... I don't know why more people don't do it, but we've almost started now because we've almost got to the point where people will do dynamic resolution. But that only solves one issue, which is fill rate. So it means that you can do your game, run it in 4K, and if it doesn't run, it just blurs itself down to 1080p. That's fine. And that's a good start, but very few PC games do it. Very, very few. And I don't know why. And very few, if any, games I can name have extensive dynamic rendering. All my games do it. I mean, Eden had more than just dynamic resolution. The shadows were dynamic, so I had like 2 shadow distances. So as the frame rate began to get a bit wobbly, I started to pull the shadows off of small objects, and then as time went on, I would then pull the shadows off of bigger objects in the landscape, spawn less particles. Just stuff like this, where it doesn't matter whether it's 1 particle or 50. 50 looks better, and you're not needing to indicate a gameplay feature back to the player. And yeah, and another example is in FortressCraft, you've got things flying around, and updating the position of a thing very, very much costs some CPU time. Not a lot, but it costs a bit. It's not free. Nothing's ever free. So I thought. So I update them at a lower frame rate when they're further away. The distance at which I decided to update them at the lower frame rate was related to the frame rate. So if you're running at 60, things animate smoothly until, let's say, they're 60 meters away. If you're running at 100 frames a second, they animate smoothly till they're 100 meters away. If you're only running at 10 frames a second, then when they get 10 meters away, they start to update their animation. Obviously, I don't want to do this. Obviously, this means I am panicking in some way, shape, or form. But it works fine. Absolutely works fine. And I genuinely don't know why more games don't do this. Really, really, really. But Astro Trucks has a huge amount of dynamic rendering stuff going on. Right up to and including like deciding when to turn stuff off. Like you'll get pop-in at lower frame rates, but frame rate is really important. And that doesn't mean that you have to run at 100 frames a second, but it means the game not collapsing down to 1 frame a second because there's an issue is you know, quite an important thing, really. Okay, let me just rewind back a bit. What is this called? Dual scroll. Let me make a shader graph, HDRP, unlit, Unity. I click, create, shader graph, HDRP, unlit. Now it's asking me the name, thank you. So I'm just gonna have a bash at a shader, as mentioned before. I mean, Rob, you work in the professional realms. Let me stop playing the game because, right. So, Unreal really invented a thing, and the thing it invented was instead of writing code, losing my train of thought, outtracked by the smoke. So instead of writing code, you can just hook together nodes, which works. It does work very, very well. But so what I'll do is I'll create a new texture and I'll call it glow tax, and then I will make another one and I will call this noise tax. And all I want to do is I want to change this shader to use that. So that's easy. So what I'll do is I'll select this shader here and I will tell it to use the new swirly smoke shader. And then I will tell it to... So it's super powerful, this is amazing. This saves me incredible hours of work. So there you go. So I've now written a shader that does kind of what the old shader did. But it doesn't take long. Like, that's already not readable. And as you'll see in a minute, it starts to get a bit messy in here. And I've never quite seen anything like it. I think the Unity guys all run on 4K screens. I really, really do. So I just want the R and the G. And already, you can see, I'm at screen space. I'm running on a 1440p screen here. It's 32 inches, and at this point here, stop making the goddamn font bigger. Stop having such a big gap between them. You absolute... So I can do it. That's okay, but a bit of a struggle to read. You guys are running at slightly lower resolution, so you'll probably struggle. That's the bit where it gets nicely readable. And what the fuck? And now I'm already having to shuffle stuff out of the way. Can I not run that? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's my point. Is it's good idea in theory, but in practice, you're like, dude. It's mostly the zoom and the font size and everything. I mean, I could put it on another screen, but I mean, that's obviously a bit difficult when you guys are watching. But Unity, if I'm on my laptop, no, I can't. There you go. Yeah, I mean, in practice, sure, but if I'm going to the pub, I'm not going to take a laptop with me. Sorry, a second screen with me. But it does work beautifully, but you very, very rapidly end up not being able to trivially see what the hell is going on. I mean, that's fine, yeah? Okay, what have I done wrong? Noise channels. Hey, that's what I want. Okay, so why does that not look like that? It should look like that. That's what I want. That's perfect. There we go. Okay, surface options, transparent, additive, color mode, changes, haven't you? I don't need to color either of them. Huh? But in the inspector, I should get an option marked double-sided. I don't seem to have that here unless my... Again, now I need to make this bigger. Double-sided, there it is. I just want to make it... Let me just slow that right down. How's it look? It's kind of what I want. This is not an important thing by any means. I mean, it still looks very odd. Are we Z writing and shouldn't be? Depth right is off. It's weird, that looks... Oh, hold on, am I... No, just using a sphere. For some reason we have a sphere collider. No, well, I haven't got that for. Trying to work out what the hell is going on with this now. Maybe I should actually fill in the alpha channel too. No. And why has my main preview stopped working? Has this just crashed? I wonder if the issue is that I'm not Z writing. So don't double-sided, just render the... No, we're transparent. We want to render both inside out. It's just looking really strange. Oh, did I not take the original UV? That might be why. See what I mean? I can't even color code them. And this is one thing that would really help, is basic color coding. So maths things, what if we right click, how about each of these is just a different color? Yeah, I need to add the original UVs, not just take the original UVs. I lied. Again, that's all right. And then, oh no, I don't have something stupid, do I? Oh, I have something stupid. That's why. And yes, I've got multiple ones inside each other. That's all right. So don't write to depth. Why are you not transparent? How about if I just output the blueness as alpha? You're still not very transparent. In fact, how about if I just tell you that you are 50% transparent? As I tell you, this isn't a discussion. You are 50% transparent. No, you're not. Okay, is it because you are depth testing, you're not depth writing? No. Also unrelated, is this glass shimmering? You probably can't see that, can you? This is all shimmering horribly, which I assume is the TAA, temporal anti-aliasing I'm using, because I think that's horrific. Anyway, don't get distracted. I mean, this should be 50% transparent. If I just do that, we should just have a grey colour. Right, but it's not transparent. Rendering pass, surface type. And I can do you as alpha, but I shouldn't need to. Is it because I haven't... I mean, it's shimmering all the time. It's just that it's quite hard for you to see. I can't zoom in on this screen. Like, I can just get closer. But it's a sub-pixel shimmer. But it's really horrid. I think that's the TAA. I don't know why it's so poor. That's because the shader. Okay, yeah, I know why. I need to untick the button marked allow people to fuck with this. It is under... Oh, can I not? So this is the shader I'm working on, and this is the actual shader. But I can mess with these, and I did mess with them. So if I just say now blending mode equals additive, and I save, and go back to this one, this hasn't changed. I have to then reset it because I'm allowed to mess with it. I don't want to be allowed to mess with it. And in why can't I in let me just quickly put up Sticky Space to make sure I'm not just hallucinating here, because in URP I'm allowed to say No, you don't. You don't get to mess with that. Again, please subscribe and donate to my Patreon, because I have to buy a new computer, so I don't have to do this quite so much. And I've been looking at the prices. Even me, who is a professional person who doesn't pay for his own hardware, I am not paying for a £1,200 video card. Very nice, Rob, but can you imagine turning up to... Can you imagine turning up with that? Also, I can't imagine that's doing anything other than tear the shit out of your laptop. Can you just imagine just pulling up in Starbucks and clunk, clunk, click, slip, clink. Yeah, there we go. You look like such a twat. Wait. Oh, that does have the monitors involved. That's not very cheap. But yeah, no. Yeah, so if I edit any of the shaders in Sneaky Spaceships, let's do this one for sake of argument. I have this button marked allow material override. That's what it's called. Is it? Because that's really annoying. I mean, Dan Most, you can just buy that one. So it isn't. I'm pretty sure there is an MSI 3-screen one. I don't think it was. I think that's just a real thing. There's the concept. I mean. Project Valerie. Uh, 2017. Did it actually exist? Don't get me wrong, that's super cool, and that I would love. Like if I just, yeah, but I don't think it's a real laptop. I don't know. If I go to the store, I'd like a laptop. I wouldn't. Got one. If I have oh my god. So I have a 2080 in my laptop, and I paid for it on an insane discount. But this is what I was talking about earlier, with the fact that the price of computer games isn't going up, but the cost to do so, it has gone up. But when new hardware is going to cost me £4,000, at some point, these rising costs are going to come down to you. You buy my games. I have to sell my games. I have to be able to buy new hardware. I mean, I can't imagine ever paying for. Have I ever paid that much for a laptop? I might have, but those are some painful prices. And these are 3070s. Wait a moment, 6% off. Well, hold me back. But yeah, this was saying. So what I was saying before is just the price of everything is absolutely going up, and it will affect you. There's no two ways about it. Right, there we go. That's actually well. I say that's working. What I'll also do is I will also add the this should hopefully animate differently now. Because they do actually spin in game, so that's kind of going with what I want. But do you see what I mean about very rapidly? You're just zooming in, zooming out, zooming in, zooming out all the time. I don't think they've really used it in a should surprise absolutely no one. Wait. That's 5,000 multiple 5. Instantly, hopefully tonight's sneaky spaceship stream should be a long one. I'm hoping it's all going to go well. I would like to be testing some of the missions, so if you are interested, let me know. More the merrier. I'm getting to the point now where I kind of want some more very enthusiastic people to continually work on this with me. Now, is this the one that I wanted to... No. Oh. Lighting. Cast shadows. Oh, they shouldn't. Okay, so why is that light not... Why are you not making a brightness? Is it because you have a cookie? No. Oh, maybe. No. Is it because you're not bright enough? Yes. Do I know of any disadvantages doing my programming Unity Visual Studio on a Mac? I don't, but I've never tried. This is kind of what it was supposed to look like, but not... Oh man, that looks so cool, but that's a bit too much, but that does look cool. This is the issue I've been having and I will continue to have, right? I will make that light as bright as the sun. That is what we're going for, is as bright as the sun. That is now as bright as a... I need to go to Lux for this. Or EV. Or... Unity has a little icon that shows you how bright it thinks it is. That's as bright as a candle, a lamp, a light, a street light. Oh, yeah, then you can absolutely break Unity's rendering entirely by making it... Yeah, look, see the growing darkness. So that's a bug in Unity's lighting. There we go. If you go too bright, it just panics. So that is so bright, it's going... That's really bright. Like it has a warning, that's so bright. This still has a warning at sub right, and yet it's not giving me quite the effect I want. That's not bad though. I will probably leave that because it does look kind of cool. Ah, that's supposed to be the light for the back of the chair. Don't know why that's there, but so now that lights physically exist. So if I turn off volumetrics, there you go. That looks fine. That doesn't jump out as nothing's wrong because you've got a little light on the back of the chair and it's casting a light. Fine. But with volumetrics, it becomes really obvious that's just a thing floating right there. Like, really, this should be a spotlight. Like, really, this should be... Yeah, really, it should be doing something more like that. I mean, what I'll probably do is get rid of it because I don't care. This room could probably do with a light though. But yeah, here's an example. This object here had a green light that would... Wait, what? Where am I? Where? You saw me do this. Oh, well, at least I've written the shader now, but what? Like, I changed the shader while it was running, which is okay. What you can't do is I'm sorry, I'm distracted because I'm annoyed. So what? I'm not sure that's the right brightness, but there we go. Come on, Unity. Click, copy material properties. Click, paste material properties. Does nothing. Okay, highlight just one. Paste material properties. Does nothing. Brilliant. Right, so what was it? 555, 100, 8 and 8. I'm going to hit save, so we've now saved. Springer, I think Yotech's point is Unity won't support it rather than anything else. Doesn't really surprise me. Right, I'm going to try... Oh, this is a bait light. Okay, well, good luck on that. So if we make this a real-time area light, which I've not used before, so let's use one. Oh. I don't seem to be able to make that. So there's an area light. So I can make it... Well, I can't make it... So I can make it wider... or taller, so I can make it the right size. But what I don't seem to be able to do is give it any volumetrics. Wow. I love this. They made a huge deal. In fact, maybe if I hit that, maybe I'll even read it out because I got so angry at Unity because they make decisions, and yeah, okay, but this was one of the worst decisions I have ever seen because they were going on about I can't, but I'll sum up. It basically said in the HDRP you don't need to mess around with any of that baked lighting stuff because the area lights are all real time. I was like, cool, but sometimes I want them to be baked, and they didn't just go, you can now have them real time, you can only have them real time. I was so angry Unity have made this sort of unilateral decision. It's a stupid decision, it really is. I mean, that does look quite cool, but I can't even set the angle. If I apply it there, oh, it overrides apply all. That's not too bad. But I just need to move the light a lot closer. All of this will get redone. This is still a great deal of placeholder stuff. I wonder where the base fog is because I don't like it anymore. I did like it, now I don't. Base volume. Part of it is I don't really like the map I've got for this. It's a bit too patchy, but it's the only one I've got right now. So I make it very if I make it very detailed, you can just see it tiling horribly as I move. Well, it just doesn't look natural in any way. But if I make it like that, it's way too wispy. I mean, I can remove the fog density, and maybe I just need to make some others. Because this ones you don't have any. It's much more uniform. I guess that's kind of better. I'll make it a bit dimmer. Not quite so insane. See that looks fantastic there. That particular shot, I'm super happy with. If I can get the whole game to look like that, I'm a happy bunny. In fact, that's so good, I'm going to shove that in Discord. I guess I am well aware the game doesn't primarily take her place in the base, but I kind of want the whole game to look this good. You know, in theory, that would be nice. But it's this soft, smoky lighting that I want. I want the lighting to be soft and smoky. Yes, I need to make that like that, and then I need to make it brighter to make up for that it's got smaller. Mentioned this last week, like if I make the light bigger, I then need to make it insanely bright to match. I shouldn't have to fiddle with both of them. So this room is supposed to be dark because you're not supposed to get in here yet. Oh, see, that looks fantastic. I'm really happy with the those sort of beams of light, and this is the look I'm going for across the whole game. Is like this. Although I do need to start moving across to decals, not mesh filters. Bless. Oh wow, look, that's the text I'm using in other thing? I tell you, should we fix that? Because that's bloody horrible. Now, that is not a... Right, so let's make you into a decal. Decals are amazing, by the way. Decals are a huge amount of the reason I did not even for one heartbeat consider the default rendering pipeline. I say as I have been in... So I have an error message. One or more of the rendering layers is not defined in the HDRP global asset. Right, I'll... What? Like... Okay. What? Because I can't... I just... So, I've been using Unity, you see, for at least a decade. There aren't many people out there who've used Unity for longer than I have, and I like to think I'm reasonably smart, and I do pay a reasonable amount of attention. So when Unity says that, I'm like, okay, this is an exclamation mark. It's not an error. I mean, I can look at the HDRP global. I would like a ceiling fan. Now, you don't really get them in the UK, but I would like one. So I actually know that my aircon unit's blowing, just gently wafting air into the room. Well, actually, I think it's off the minute, but all the hot air's up there. It's not down here. I need something to move the air around. I'd like a ceiling fan, but we don't really get them in the UK. Does it mean this? In fact, hold on, let me see if I can... One or more of the rendering layers is not defined in the HDRP asset decal. Right. One or more of the rendering layers... Right. Don't tell me this... Oh... Why is my life like this? Is it because I've got a... Right. This is my life. This is the other part of my life, which is looking at stuff that apparently no one else has ever had break on them before. Also, note, this is insane. The sheer amount of stuff in here is mind-boggling. And you want to know the real difference between Unity and Unreal? Every Unreal pane of this has a search. So somewhere in here, it's complaining about layers. For decals? I can't even search decal. I have to just scroll through till I spot it. Yeah, I've got. Well, so my aircon is hooked up to my switch bot, so I've got. I think I've got automatic, low. It's fair. It's completely variable. I've got 3 settings. Auto 1, 2, and 3. But the auto one's variable. But yeah, it's the HVAC. I like that term. it gets quite hot, but only then blows air at it very gently, so it doesn't need to put, you know, it becomes a pool of heat. But the current cost of electricity in this country is unbelievable, so I'm trying to use as little as I can. It's tricky given it's cold. My house battery runs out by, let's see what time. My house battery was out by midday today. Part of the problem with my house battery is I haven't worked out how to reduce my load after 5 a.m. when, you know, I'm still asleep, which is normal people should be asleep. So I don't know how to reduce my load any further. So the problem is it's only pulling like 500 watts, but 500 watts for 5 hours, that's most of the battery gone. But yes, I would like a ceiling fan, but it's a bit more. Decals, enable, here we go. Layers. Do you want me to tick layers? I'll tick layers. Now is it going to work? One or more of the... It seems like it's trying to do something. It seems like there's a setting there that's got gibbered and it's complaining. So decal layers I don't currently want, I don't think. So decal layers is where different, like this decal only applies to these things, this decal only applies to these things. It's possible, by the way, I am just going to brick wall on this, and the answer is upgrade to a new version of Unity. Because I am on a... but I can't even set a different material. It's just like, nah. I think it's because this is erroring constantly. So this version of Unity is it's got problems. Let's leave it at that. But yeah, I'm not trying to get around this. Apart from, you know, come back to it, which is always a little bit rubbish. So I guess for the moment I will just put this. Oh, where was it? That was there. I'll have to come back to it. I will do the upgrade when you guys aren't watching, because it's not fun, it's not interesting, and it will take a long time. Is this not a decal? No. So if I had a decal to this thing, yeah, same error. One or more of the rendering layers, which is fine. I understand what it's trying to tell me now a bit, but I'm like, yeah, okay, well, I'm not using rendering layers, but I think this error here is what's happening. As I said, this is a pre-release version of Unity, but it really hammers home the sheer unbelievable lack of testing that they do. Oh, Tora, you're moving, so the camera's not on you. Don't do that. Oh, big stretch. How are we laying now? What's the plan? Oh, are you going somewhere? Wow, she shook herself so loudly I heard it. Oh, that's not the... What's she doing? What's she doing? She's wandering off into the corner. She's staring at me. Go back to sleep. I do like it when Dora's not here. I just look like a madman going, and here is a cushion. It's all fluffy. I'm just going to put the camera on the cushion. Oh, she's having a check in the windowsill. Yeah, that full screen effect needs to be dealt with, but that's a low. Yeah, I think I need a much more subtle particulate effect in the fog. Like, I like the... You'll notice this looks completely different to how it looked in the editor. And that is bad. It has to look the same. That's really important. I'm wondering if I'm running a... Oh, the frame debugger, which they never fixed. The frame debugger lets me see what's going on a frame-by-frame basis and lets me see how the frame is built up, which is cool. But it doesn't stop the game while you do it. So as I step through these, it starts to animate. I love the way it goes black between... You couldn't keep the next frame to go something to draw, could you? No. This has got a lot less useful than it has in a full... Okay, that already looks dim. I'm just wondering if at some point previously it looked bright. I'm amazed it's rendering spider bot. Anyway, let's not worry about that right now. This is almost entirely useless now, isn't it? Although apparently it's rendering something called new game object. What? I don't have anything called new game object, so what the hell's that about? And then we've got the main camera, and then the UI camera. This is almost entirely useless now. I also have the rendering debugger, not the frame debugger, and this one's more interesting, but this is more about making it look right. Post-process hour exposure. No, Dora, leave the curtains alone. I don't know what's showing the values at default, but yeah. I don't know what the histogram percentages are. Hello, Dora. I'm being stared at. She's looking right at me, Ray. I think she heard you, Ray. Meow to you. She walked up to me and started scratching. This all looks locked and fine, so in theory it should be identical between editor, but this looks somehow darker than the... Well, where is the camera? That is how I want it to look. That is not. So how and what do I do to make this happen? Oh, yeah. It's just different, isn't it? I mean, obviously it's just different is unhelpful. If I go here and then like the one on the right looks vastly more saturated. I mean, it will be one of my settings, obviously. But the point is, the one on the right is supposed to look like the one on the left. That's okay. Now what's happened? So I turn off the bass volume, the local thing. But yeah, these. It's this door that's getting me. So here, that looks great. I really like that. That is overblown and rubbish. So why? Let me put that on the screen so I can get them both on the screen. But it's not the bass volume. Of a global volume. It's as if it's, but see, if I untick fog, you see they're both altering. It's not that. Exposure's making no difference. Sky's making no difference. Shadow's no difference. Visual environment makes a huge difference, but again, tone mapping. I noticed that's changing the right one, but not the left one. No, the other way around. So is it that the camera has a second tone mapper on there? This is my biggest advice to you if you want to take up programming games. You just can't give up. No matter how much you want to give up, you can't. Sorry. Ah, there we go. So it's the UI camera is causing that. That looks superb. I'm really, really happy with that. Genuinely, that is how I want the game to look in so many ways. Right, and that's not. So why? I'll tell you what, I'm going to go get a drink and have a small think. You should also get a drink. You should all hydrate and just pretend I type /advert or however professionals do it. So I'll be back in a moment. So my guess is that it is. So environment on this camera, background type none, volume mask nothing, volume control nothing, probe layer mask nothing. I mean, I'm not sure off the top of my head why I have two cameras. Like, could I make the main camera render the UI? Does that just work? Oh, it is already rendering the UI. Okay. Maybe it shouldn't be. Oh, it's the HUD, not the UI. Oh, let's work out what it is, because then I can solve it. No, that doesn't work. For whatever reason, I'm not going to try and rewrite how I'm rendering stuff. So the thing is that let me add an inspector tab down here. I don't know what to do. So I say, like, there you go, if I go, so that's what this camera's rendering, and it's rendering it on top of the previous one. Fine. And then its volume mask, i.e. what volumes it is affected by, is nothing. I mean, I've said that. Let's see what the Unity documentation says. So, assigns it, no. Use the, brilliant, volume layer mask. Use the drop down to select the layer mask which defines which volumes affect this camera. HDRP, two cameras, post-processing running twice. That's my guess, is the post-processing running twice. HDRP can use multiple cameras, but camera stacking, I don't really know what that is, isn't supported. I used to be able to set the order the camera's rendering. If I just make that, yeah, there you go. Right, so we can see. Is that giving me a clue? It's giving me a raging clue. I don't have any frame settings. So what were you saying? Asset, global frame settings. Well, it's not that one then, is it? Light settings? What was it called, sorry? Frame. We do have the default settings volume buffer, but I don't think we're using it. Yeah, see what I mean about, so if I actually open this in the editor directly, no search function. I don't think this is being used though. Like I can. And it reckons somewhere in here is the word frame. Frame settings, camera, but I am not getting to pick the frame settings because the way it happens in Sneaky Spaceships, it's fine. So for the main camera, great, you get to choose a renderer and you get to say this camera renders like this. In state, this is one of those things that almost nobody ever needs, but my God, are they insisting that everyone gets to fiddle with it. Huh. Hold on, so if I go back to the UI camera and I say, why has it gone cyan? I said, okay, now none. What? Why is it bright green? The depth is what's causing it. Okay, so the depth is what is choosing how it renders. If I did this to 21, it will render first, and if I did it to 20, well, either way, 19's there. So that's cool. Right, got that. But I've now set the background height to none. So if I change this color here to blue, right, that's obviously what it's doing there, but I don't want it to. So I shall set it to none, and it continues to draw blue and blue. Right, that's the HDRP global settings up here, and then halfway down are the frame settings. Okay. So what was this guy saying? Asset global frame settings. I have no idea what this is, for example. Like, so if I put that to everything, and I realise I got distracted, and this seems like a you problem, and I go back to here, and I add me a decal projector, it still has the same error. Oh well, worth a try. Right, let's undo all the stuff I did. I'm getting there. I'm beginning to understand what it is. But weirdly, I don't seem to be able to clear the screen with just transparent nothing. I'm sorry, when I have a search running, it clears everything. There we go. Whoa, no, what? Okay. So you can see that where the camera is, it's doing something. That's fine. So, what? So I'm happy to clear it in black, but it's clearing it in black, but I can't clear it in transparent black. So I think it is that the world is being rendered with a tone mapping of aces, but the UI camera is being rendered with a tone map of none. What? Oh, is a kitty back? Aww. So you think she's cute, but I shall be paying the piper when I have to stop the stream, and she'll be like, Father, why have you not been giving me attention? Bring it to me. But I only have 2 volumes in the game. I have everywhere. In fact, I only have everywhere. That's the only volume I have. I've got an override for the bass, but that's not a volume. That is a fog volume. Look, it's gone black again. Look, it's definitely breaking. I wonder if this is a bug. It's because it's because I had a search active, obviously. I wonder if can I I'm trying to work out if I could. Well, I'm trying to work out if I can work anything out. Brilliant. So I tell the UI camera not to render anything. Right. So now the camera is rendering nothing. That is just a default thing coming through. I'm pretty much just ticking buttons in order. Maybe spring load. In reality, light, you see light rather than the reflection of light a lot. So no, not necessarily. I like the look of this. I might have it so there are air scrubbers or something, but don't know. Bear in mind, this isn't fog. This is light. Literally hitting particles in the air, and I really like the way it looks, and it's very next gen. But I've been trying to balance the whole game and struggling, and now I've worked out why. It's got 2 sets of tone mapping running. But why? So what I want on the camera is just a button marked "Don't do any thing. Don't do any AI stuff. Just don't do anything. Just don't run any post-processing. Unity disabling post-processing on camera. HDRP. Because of course we now have three ways of, so we now have three complete separate rendering pipelines. But yeah, I mean, this is the thing, don't get me wrong, Unity can be amazing. Look at this, look, this is actually, you've got subsurface scattering with the light coming through his ears. Just, oh. But yeah, this is the problem with Unity. It's not generally the tech. You can add processing effects to the camera in the same way you'd add it for any other volume profile. Well, there's definitely not a button here for that, so I love this. I just utterly love their entirely shit documentation. So if I had a volume here, like a local volume, so this is just for the UI camera. Add a collider right there. I love that. I don't want to add a collider, just attach it to this object, but never mind. Add a sphere collider. So on the HUD, mode local. What can I do that will really just mess things up? I just want something to look. Post-processing, color adjustments. I don't think that's running at all. So I was expecting this to mess up. So bear in mind, Springload, in the base I don't know, but when you go into one of your rooms, if you haven't been running the air filter, it should be thick and cloying and you'll see it swirl, and then you run the filter and it should clear. How cool would that be? If I can even show you. I mean, I'm sure you've seen the demos that I was doing on the fire-based stuff already. But like here, I mean, you can see the fog. I can make it thicker and like really, really, really horrific. Or I can just so I have full control, and I plan to vary it. The point is that the surface will be clear, the cold caverns will be horrendous. I've got lots of goals, and I really want to make a difference between being inside a room and outside a room. I want to make it as atmospheric as I can. But these are big goals, by the way, from someone who can't turn off the special effects on one camera. But yeah, I don't know about the base. I haven't really thought about the base. Obviously, I will solicit feedback, but the fogginess will definitely be in a room. And as you, when you run air scrubbers on that room, the room will become clearer. Yeah, but people, again, with the bloom thing, what happens is people put loads of lights next to each other going, oh, why is it all blooming? Like, we put lots of lights there. I want to. Well, okay, but that's the thing. Oh, but I want the bloom gone. Bear in mind, I like the bloom in FortressCraft. It's not like... The problem is that people started to dislike bloom back when it was the unfiltered bloom. When, you know, that is not bloom. That is basically a blur. That's more or less an anti-aliasing approach. But that's never, ever, ever did FortressCraft look like this. Not at any point. This is just, that's just a wolf. It's not glowing. In FortressCraft, stuff that glows is bright. But yeah, this ruined the old world. It's ruined. Look, everyone, ruined. I was like, what do you mean? The little glow around the lights. Okay, right. But I mean that's I don't find that offensive. You know, a bit rubbish. But that on the other hand, that's rubbish because everything's blooming. But I would understand if people. Now, to be fair, I worked on that game. That's again, this is the issue. People going on about bloom and look at that going, there really isn't any bloom in that shot. Like, there just isn't. That's yes, that is bloom. That's obviously an issue. This doesn't have any bloom. Again, not really bloom. This is more of a soft filtering post-process to try and give a hint at atmospherics. I mean, it's... So if I actually grab that into paint a sec, we can zoom in. This is why I don't listen to people a lot, right? I mean, I guess that might be a hint of bloom there. Maybe. Oh, the lights are blooming, that's fine. The muzzle flash is blooming, but that looks more like a very early attempt at GI rather than... That's the thing, a lot of these, they were trying to do global illumination. Again, wow, there's another game that I've worked on. Yeah, so the bloom in Burnout 360, I agree. The thing is, here, this looks empty and bare and lifeless. This looks more realistic. I mean, you've got the motion blur, but it's just brighter because we had bloom on the PS2. So again, when people saying Burnout Revenge had it, no, they didn't. No, we didn't. I don't necessarily say we got it right, but again, that's fine. I really don't have a problem with that. This is actually a misty, foggy day. Again, described as the bloom in this is pretty bad. But yeah, that's the thing is, that's obviously a mistake. Holy shit, that's 3 games I've worked on now. But again, that's not bloom. That's not bloom. Again, we're back to, oh, look at the bloom. That's not bloom, that's overexposure. And now, because obviously Shadow of the Colossus can do no wrong, they're like, oh, I love the bloom in this game. Dude, that's the exact same piss-coloured filter. So people complain about the bloom here? Yeah. That's not light bloom. This is the other thing. That's not light bloom. That is specular highlight. That on the other hand looks fucking horrific. Twilight Princess does not have a bloom problem. Yeah, I mean, seriously, dude. I know people love Nintendo, but you can't just give Nintendo a free pass. That's fucking horrid. But that's not bloom. That is more of a... You're taking the whole screen, blurring it, reapplying it without a filter. That's more or less the most horrible, cheapest global illumination. They really went overboard with the bloom. Am I just being overly defensive here? Because I don't know what the hell they're talking about. Like, that's baked in. None of this, I mean, that's baked in. This is not blooming past its... What the hell? Again, I'm struggling to see any bloom in this screenshot whatsoever. These things aren't blooming. That's inbuilt. That is, but that's probably an additive light in the helmet. But yeah, again, it's that sort of very soft look that just doesn't. You're supposed to run a clip on it. Is this thread still going, by the way? Ah. There's not a bloom tangent. I said this is an educational thread. This is game development and education. Also, I don't know what the fuck's wrong with my code. It's not me. This is not my fault. This is definitely Unity. Something. For those of you who have been on my streams before, you know I may go off on a tangent, but I always come back and I never give up. I'm just waiting. Yeah, so I'm on. I don't care if you don't care. I'm telling you anyway. I am with Octopus Intelligent. So I might have mentioned before. So in exchange for agreeing to let them decide when my car gets charged, I get cheap electricity. And it's just gone cheap at 4:45. Yes. Aircon on. I also need to charge the car a bit because I'm doing a bit of travelling, so I need to bring it up. I have been free charging my car for a long time at the arcade, but it's gone now. Ironically, they have the chargers I use at the arcade are now paid for, but it's cheaper than my home electricity. So if you're still there, Rob, the arcade, the local charges 30 pence a kilowatt hour. It's like, hold on, that's cheaper than I have at home, which is obviously madness. Yeah, flat, right? So I pay. Do the maths. I pay about 20% more expensive electricity during the day, and a quarter during peak cheap rate. Tonight, because it's based on the wholesale price of electricity. So today it's quite windy. So let's have a look. Let's see how much wind we're making. Right now, the UK is running at 21% wind. So therefore, the wholesale price of electricity has gone down a bit. That means I have cheap rate electricity for the next 12 and a quarter hours. So half of my day, there's your maths, half of my day is running at a quarter of the price of electricity. Ta-da! My electricity costs 75% today. That's a net gain. And my house battery's charging up, my car's charging up. I primarily use my electricity during the cheap rate. Now, what's pissed me off, so I love Octopus, by the way. If you're in England and you want to go with Octopus, I will give you my code. I think it's brilliant. The thing to bear in mind, and only on this tariff, so it's not if Octopus are exempt. Right now, I am paying literally 25%, 1/4 of what you're paying, assuming you're in England. Your electricity company is raking in the difference. Mine is passing on the difference, the profit to me. That is the difference. That is why I love Octopus, and I will stick with Octopus for a long time unless they really piss me off. They are wonderful. So any electricity company or gas company that charge you flat rate, they are charging you enough so they always make a profit. And this is the kicker. They're charging you for the price of the most expensive and raking in the differences for the rest of it. I mean, I can link you the thread for the bloom tangent. Oh, or you can always rewind. But yeah, all I really learned about this is that a lot of people do not have a clue what bloom is. They just don't. Like, they put bloom on. See, that's again not really bloom. That's more overexposure. I mean, A being those, that's not correct. They've lost the tone mapping, and look, the car is overexposed. Overexposure is not the same as blooming. Blooming is where a bright pixel covers more than one pixel. I don't want to talk about electric arcing, Ferris. As I mentioned before, I help out at the local arcade, and someone spilt a can of Fanta in our Terminator 2 machine, which went... So, let me... In light gun games in the arcade, of course there's not going to be one that's opened. So the monitor is here, and there's a mirror here. So you don't see the screen, you see the monitor. Somebody knocked over a can of drink, and it went down there. Now, this is where I stop blaming the person and start to blame the design. The high voltage chassis is on this side, so the drink ran all over the high voltage chassis, and yeah, there was sparks and arcing and smoke and everything. Sorry, Reverkin, can you just clarify for me? You're paying 6 cents a kilowatt hour. Is that correct? Am I reading that correctly? I'm gonna have to do that in. So you're paying 5 pence a kilowatt hour. Flat rate. Am I misreading that? Because, I mean, the UK, the most expensive I've seen has been 70 pence per kilowatt hour. 12 times, 15 times. Wow, that's insane. I mean, I know we are in an energy crisis in the UK, but we also have some of the most expensive electricity in the whole of Europe. Right, we're all from Ohio, which is terrible because there's so many memes about escaping from Ohio. Unity, multiple cameras, HDRP. I don't know what to add. No, I mean literally. If I Google Ohio meme, like there are so many memes about Ohio. It's mad. Bear in mind, the artist from FortressCraft is from Ohio as well. But it's I don't quite know what's with the Ohio meme. Like this one's been done over and over. Stop complaining about your life. There are people literally living in Ohio. So, yeah. Yeah, in some countries they drive on the left. In Ohio, we drive on what's left. Yeah, but you're on a special rate. Esmir, so you don't. I don't think that's not the usual rate. That you're on the emergency rate. But yeah, that is unbelievable. Thanks. So outside fog is not. It doesn't look like it. Outside fog is different. I'm currently inside. Even that looks all right. Outside fog is completely separate. I can't just go out there because that's not how it works. There's only one fog. So as I walk outside, it will change. I just didn't really expect the brick wall on it looking wrong. But I have cheap electricity right now for my country, which is good. Oh, thank you, Tim. FortressCraft Evolved or FortressCraft Chapter 1? Okay, let me just check here. The community for URP processing to affect only one overlay camera. So I don't get overlay cameras at all in this. Like, they just don't exist. As far this is, I don't get the option to set it as a camera. But what I can do is use RTT. Well, I mean, Reverkin, I am, and have mentioned many times, the relative price of petrol and things in this country. It's always been about 8 times more expensive in this country for petrol than in other countries. That's just always been the way. I hope this works, by the way. Create render texture. But that electricity price difference is crazy. So genuinely, in the UK, on average, we're paying almost 10 times your electricity price, which is unbelievable. So again, I refer you to my Patreon. I refer you to the ongoing unbelievable rising costs of writing computer games, and I beseech you, perhaps, consider donating just $10,000 or $20,000. That's all I ask for. Right, so let me make a render texture. And I will make the UI camera render to that texture. I won't bother doing anything else for the moment. I'll just do that and see if the problem goes away. Why is it so high in the UK? There's a lot of reasons. However, given that we are one of the highest net exporters of wind energy in the world, it does seem to me, whatever the reason is, it can fuck off. Now, does that match? That's more like it, innit? Real butter on my bread. Let's not go too far. Okay, so that is, I'll say, working. Unfortunately, the next thing I need to do is a bit horrid. I now need to render that on things. Brexit did not help, no. But that's not the entire picture. A lot of it is our spineless fucking government, but that's governments for you. Oh man, this is going to be a pain in the backside. If I disable those two, interesting. So if I call this UI render, and I will need to make myself a material. UI render matte. I'm going to try I'm going to try their unlit text and see how far that gets me, because that might work. Tim Jones, I've heard very good things about the New Zealand lady. I forgot her name. I should really know. I've heard very, very good things about her, how she dealt with COVID, everything. I've genuinely heard great things. I can't comment on anybody else. I mean, that's fine. So I'll make a build and I will just put the game up for sale. What? Okay, so I think the first thing is, right, hold on. Yeah, okay, so first of all I needed to have disabled that. It even says this must be disabled. So once in a while, I come up with an idea, or I prototype an idea, or I fiddle with something. I sort of, you know, I start to sort of explore a game idea. And being me, I've almost definitely not been inspired by anything, or I've been inspired by something, you know, obscure and unusual. And as I said, I dusted off a game that's 13 years old, 14 years old, I think. And I've been working on that. So I'm just distracted. Why the hell is taking so long? I've been looking at that. And then I've just alt-tabbed to Twitter while I was checking, and someone's just linked a game that looks exactly what I've been writing, only 100 times prettier. It's like, ugh. Stop that. What component is, it doesn't matter. It's nothing to do with the component menu. It's entirely down to the, this is the wrong game, I just booted up. It's entirely down to the camera stacking. So I'm trying to remove the camera stacking by rendering the UI camera to a texture and then displaying that texture on the main camera. But yeah, I was attracted by this game going, oh man, that looks so much better than my game. And louder too. Like, I wonder, I'll probably look at that trailer a bit more because there's some really nice stuff there. I don't like the game, what they described as a roguelike like FTL, and it's like, yeah, okay, I ain't playing that then. But it does have some very pretty art. Okay. Right, that's why it looked weird anyway. Well, Tim, I certainly hope that you'll buy it. I mean, I hope a lot of people buy this, or I have wasted a lot of time. People not buying it hadn't crossed my mind till now. I'm going to have to write my own shader for this because I need it to not write. Maybe I can get away with that. Alpha blended. Do not receive fog. Do not depth write. Depth test. Always. Never. Always. Basically, this white texture here needs to overwrite everything. So why is it not? Bugger, no, I'm going to need to make a new shader for this. I don't mind making shaders, as you've seen before. Making shaders in HDRP is ever so good. Create shader graph, HDRP, unlit, and we'll call this UI or render shader. Well, I hope someone buys it. I mean, and my mum will buy it. Sample texture 2D. The good thing about, one of the other good things about shader graphs is that they're quite visual, which is good for when I'm doing a stream. That is quite a good thing. Color there, alpha there. That should be all I need. Now I need to futz around with... Wait, that's not even fitting on the screen. Oh, come on. Thank you. So we want this to be an unlit, transparent, after post process that does not receive fog, always render. This is the bit that's confusing me. Why is that? Oh, one of the error shader always comes last. So if I do that, I should see pure white. Hey, more bets. She's asleep. Please don't talk to her. So that's good. That's what I'm expecting. Although I do, this is absolutely going to have issues with. Ooh, let's not scale that. Widescreen monitors and stuff, but there might not be much I can do about that. But we will cross that bridge when we come to it. So maybe, I know how I'll solve it, but for now, I just need to sidestep around what is very possibly a Unity issue. And I may venture forth, I have been working on another game. As always, I'm always working on other games, but I was just like looking at them going, oh, those are quite nice. So I might just keep that open to remind me to look later. So the plan is to stop in, about 20 minutes ago. Let's count for a bit longer. So tonight, I've got this game, then I've got my other game that I haven't told anybody about, and I am astounded none of the patrons have worked out what I'm doing. And then I'm on to Sneaky Spaceships. Sorry, I'm on to VR Space. No, God, I forgot the name of the game. Astra Trucks at 9. So Astra Trucks later, and then off camera the other game, which again, those of you who are patrons, I'm genuinely surprised that none of you have just messaged me going, what's this? But you know, it'll happen. All the patrons and channel are going, what? Okay, so what? Okay, well that's wrong initially. I should probably clear the camera every frame. This thing, can I clear it with... I can't set the transparency. It's important. I mean, otherwise, I can do it with black, but then that will, well, it'll be black. Like if I make that red, it's red, but I need transparent red, not red. Or I need to not clear it, which means you get this oscillating effect. If I disable that, all right. So there is world behind it. Okay. Okay. There's wow. That's not okay. Gonna admit, a little bit confused right now. Because this just renders to a texture, which is there. Cool, but what the hell is this? It's like it's rendering the texture back to the texture. Which it can't be, because the camera only renders the layer HUD. In fact, there you go, now it's not rendering anything. And you can see this sort of, well, it looks almost like a MIP chain. Maybe click Enable MIP Maps. Oh, Cryptic, what are you getting? Were you getting the marquee? I was not expecting this to be hard. I expect this to be the clunky but straightforward solution. Although I'm also going to admit that's not rendering. I told it to right, forget the right. That's not looking... This should... I said depth test always, as in always fail. Okay, depth test disabled then. Don't depth test. But you blatantly are. Okay, rendering pass. Oh no, don't tell me I can no longer fiddle with the rendering passes. I want this to be the last thing. Depth test, don't. Depth right, don't. Call mode. Just go, this is affecting it. No, it's not fucking affecting it, that'd be fine. When you say performance, there's only one number that matters. So long. How long is it going to take you to charge? No, what's the 0 to 60 on those? Rendering pass. Yeah. If after process objects don't render, make sure to enable after process in the frame. Well, they do. After process won't be Z tested. That's fine. Has that helped this? No, and why am I so short? Oh, so it's not that fast, Sam. No, I have been, I mean, I've mentioned this before, I've been utterly blown away in a great way by how good electric cars are. Like, my Tesla is, and I don't even have the fast Tesla, that's the thing. Like, my Tesla is fucking Dodge Hellcat territories of performance. It's not kind of fast, it's not quite fast, it's insanely fast. And I love that. I have got a car, I mean, my Impreza is quick, but oh my God, the Teslas are just something else. And it's brilliant that we've got new like electric cars that are just so goddamn good. So I'm teasing you, say when you say it's only 3.6. Like, that's batshit fast. So although I'm mocking because my one does it in 0 to 60 in 3.1, if I were to look back through the history of cars and list all the cars that did 0 to 60 in faster than 3.1, you are down to a very small list. It is a tiny list. This is hypercar levels of 0 to 60. So the other day, I raced an Audi R8. And don't get me wrong, that R8 was beautiful. So if you don't know what Audi R8 is, that is a £165,000 hypercar. This is a proper car. And he booted it, and I just booted it too. And he sort of, you could see him looking in the mirror going, he's keeping up with me. The fuck? And it wasn't until we got to about 90 that he began to pull away, and I began to go a bit of, yeah, you know what, this is a little bit rich for my taste. But yeah, it's that level of performance. What was the other one I saw? It was a McLaren Artura, that was it. And again, I'm not saying I raced it and I won, but I raced it and I kept up. And that's a £250,000 sports car. And it's beautiful. It's really nice. But yeah, they are fast electric cars are mad. Even the slow ones are 5 seconds. That's the silly thing as well. As me, I'm 99.9% sure you have no idea what I'm talking about. But yeah, I keep playing it, going, oh, this is really good, but I want to get all the art redone before I show it, really. on with this. So if I say don't render anything and be bright green, that covers the whole screen. Cool. Okay. And now if I say render the HUD, that's fine. That's perfect. That's absolutely, I'm talking about it's green. It's not doing any weirdness. But now if I say don't clear, it looks like it's doing some sort of mip-mapping horror. Let me just rerun that and I flip that off. Yeah, so I mean, my smart car, and I love my smart car, it feels fast. It really feels quick. It's 0 to 60 is 9.5 seconds for the fastest model, because that's a petrol car for you. So yeah, my point was, when I tease you about only 3.5, that's still so fast for a car. It's just so quick. And yes, you know, not 60 is not the only stat that is important, but as mentioned, I have taken my car on a racetrack, and it is bonkers good on the racetrack. Like, much better than I was expecting it. I really expected it to be heavy and sluggish and just not that good. But what actually happened is I made a fucking mess of everything else out there. Everything. Nothing came close. Which surprised me. It was not what I was expecting. I've been on racetracks. I've done a lot of stuff on racetracks. And there's always somebody much faster, much better than you. No ifs, no buts. That happens. This day, I'm not saying I was the best driver. That will probably go to the guy who managed to set his brake discs on fire. But I was the quickest person on the whole racetrack. Not because I'm good, nothing to do with that, but because an electric car was better than every single petrol car on there. And just to make the cherry on the top of this story, mine was the only 4-door car there. So when we start getting 2-door electric sports cars, then at that point people will just stop with petrol cars. Forget it. It's just pointless. Yeah, I mean, towing's a pain in the arse regardless, unfortunately. I mean, as far as I know, the Tesla Semi has pretty much solved the issue of trucks. I mean, they say 500 miles fully laden. You can charge the truck quicker than you can load it or unload it. And the numbers I've seen say that you are saving $150,000 every year in diesel. So it doesn't matter if the charging point is $100,000 and the truck is $200,000. In 2 years, you've broken even. And in that time, you've had zero maintenance. I think electric trucks are going to that's going to be the game changer, because then all the trucks become electric very quickly. And why would you possibly drive a diesel truck when an electric truck does everything better? There is no downside. There is no drawback. Reverkin, the weakest part of the Tesla by a country mile is the seats. The seats are comfy, fancy ones. And they're horrible for tracking. I was falling out my seat, so that is not there. That's the weakest bit. It's not the brakes, not suspension, it's not the battery. It's that. I'm struggling to work out what's going on, by the way. So it's rendering to this texture iteratively somehow. It's because it's not clearing it. HDRP clearing a render texture to clear. The Dodge Hellcat, I believe it's the Dodges, the electric Dodge will have a granular synthesis engine noise, but it doesn't exist yet. What you saw recently was fake. Here we go. Okay. So he's suggesting a particular render format. Wait, hold on. He's suggesting R16, G11, B16, A16. That's a 32-bit render format. I'm not sure I've got that one. I don't. Well, his issue wasn't an RGBA texture. I mean, I could do one without RGB. There are some insane formats out there that I would never ever use. I cannot find I'm sorry, it's on the wrong screen. I cannot find a single format here that does not support alpha. There's a whole bunch of ones that only support red, then ones that only support red and green, and then red, green, blue, alpha, but none that are just red, green, blue. Huh. Wait a sec. If I did it to 192 by 108, huh? Pat's not doing it. And see, Tim, that's not quite true. What California actually said was that if possible, could you please not use any high-power devices such as electric cars and aircon during a certain period, and they specified 3 hours during which they would like you not to. They didn't go, can you not charge your electric cars? Yeah, as Mia said, they just told everyone to stop using electricity. But yeah, unfortunately, when people talk about this, they always bring up California and Texas, like that's the standard. Those are the worst ones. The worst one I have seen endlessly, I'm afraid, is when people seem to use the fact that California, etc., have as a terrible grid as some sort of win. Like, oh, it's a really bad grid. I was like, yeah, you should fix that, not hold it up as a reason not to have electric cars. Hold it up as a reason like, why is your government not solve this? I'm beginning to work out what this is, by the way. Although it, feels like I'm just chatting. It's something to do with when, if I make this, as I change the size of it, it's acting differently. And then when I put it on free aspect, it then starts to go wobbly. But that's got the whole thing in it. Okay, now I'm more confused. Oh, if I just clear it to... No. I don't know why I'm the wrong height. I don't think the statement about the California grid is correct. I don't know why the California grid is weak. I know why the Texan grid is weak. You see, Cryptic, that's not true either. God damn. You all must not state what you think as fact. Right, I've done the maths, and I might be out by a hell bunch. If everyone in the US tomorrow switched to electric cars, and bear in mind, before I give you the next number, you need to bear in mind that the average mileage per person in the US is about 7,000 miles. If you switched off all of your petrol and diesel refineries, and instead everyone got electric cars and trucks, there is enough surplus electricity to drive those electric vehicles for 10,000 miles. The TLDR, let's rephrase that. If everyone went to electric tomorrow, you would have 30% more energy on your grid. I've done the maths on this. There is no concept of it can't cope. I mean, Cryptic, so I have a Tesla, right? It's charging right now, and I'm afraid you're going to have to give it up. But I'm charging at, hold on, which way around is it for you? I'm charging at 5 amps, 240 volts. I'm charging at 1 kilowatt, right? You say if everyone switches to electric cars, it won't cope. Well, it will, because every house can pull 1 kilowatt constantly. You have an electric cooker in your house? How much electricity does that pull? Is it, 32 amps UK, what, 11 kilowatts for your cooker? 7 kilowatts for your cooker? I will only accept the statement if everyone switches to electric cars, the grid can't cope. If you also have the statement, if everyone has an electric cooker, the grid can't cope. Because of course it fucking can. On my side, I have, everyone's got an electric cooker and it's fine. This is the thing. You don't charge your car at peak times, as a rule of thumb. I mean, you can do, but you generally don't. This is a subject I know a lot about. It is something that I have found was that 1.75? I have found so much out about this over the last couple of years, and the misinformation is shocking. Tim, I'd like to see citation. The California is horrible because they switched to solar. Is it? California energy generation mix. Excuse my typing. Google doesn't care. Natural gas is 40%. Do I even need to go any further with debunking what you said at this point? Nuclear is 10%. Do I need to continue? Because it's obviously they didn't switch to solar. There you go. In California, that's of 2020. That's 2 years ago. So, 2018, 2013, that's not very helpful, is it? Unfortunately, I can't find one more modern. But I can state as fact what you said is bollocks. That is not true. I don't know what the reason is, don't get me wrong, but the reason is not, quote, they switched to solar. In fact, if you look there, they've added to the solar. Cryptic, the thing you have to... Hold on, so we'll come back to what you said in a moment. The thing you have to understand is that refining a gallon of petrol or diesel is a huge amount of energy. It is enormous amounts, but they don't like talking about that. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it's 6 kilowatts of energy, 4 kilowatts of energy and 6 kilowatts of heat per litre per gallon. I can't remember. But making petrol and diesel takes an enormous amount of energy. In the UK, we have 7 oil refineries. and each one uses up the same amount of energy as Swindon. Don't know what Swindon is? That's Swindon. It's a fucking great city. So that's the number. Each of the 7 oil refineries in the UK use as much energy as the whole of Swindon, which is a city with 200,000 people in it. We're not talking about a little amount of electricity here. We're talking about an unbelievable amount of energy to refine petrol and diesel. It is very difficult to find much information about this because they don't like talking about it. But no, if you all switch to electric cars, the grid will be fine. The UK's national grid has had to sort of go on record saying this, going, we're fine, we planned for this, shut up, we absolutely know about it. Tim, who mandated what? Oh, damn, man, Tim, stop it. There isn't enough rare earth minerals. Right, first of all, lithium is not a rare earth mineral. Don't ever say it is ever again. Secondly, at our current rate of usage, and I know the numbers, this is an argument I've had, if we continue to extract and use lithium at the current rate and never, ever, ever find any more, note, we are constantly finding deposits, we have enough lithium currently discovered to continue our current use of lithium extraction for 150 years. So the statement, there isn't enough rare earth minerals, is incorrect, and it's incorrect. No ifs, no buts, no discussion. Let me try and find you the... there's a fantastic graph that splits down. That's the one. Right. You're talking about destroying the Earth. No one is happy about the amount of lithium mined. We aren't. Right. Let's start on the left here, okay? That's iron. That yellow one, that's anything else that's not technology. And that black one, that little black one, that's all technology metals. Of the technology metals, oh shit, what's lithium? Is lithium? Oh yeah, there you go, there's lithium. So, of that tiny bar, that's this. Of that tiny bar, that's this. Of that tiny bar, it's this. Do not talk about extraction of lithium as a problem. It is an irrelevant tiny percentage. Talk about the extraction of iron as a problem. That's the issue. You are what's the biblical phrase? Before attending to the splinter in my eye, attend to the plank in thine own eye. I think that's the phrase. Complaining about lithium mining is a ridiculous thing that has been shoved on you by, and I hate to say this, I know I sound like a big serious, but this is petrol companies talking. This is Shell, this is BP, this is Texaco, this is Gulf. That is where you got that information from. Not first hand, 10th hand, 50th hand, but that is where this has come from. The amount of energy expended in mining for electric cars is a trivial nothing compared to the amount of energy expended on skyscrapers and bridges and oil tankers and oil refineries and everything. So it's a non-issue. I have all this up here in my head. It's great for these things. Cryptic, you said about coming home and turning everything on. That's not how it works. So I'm with Octopus Intelligent, okay, which is one of the things that do this. I wonder if they have a nice little graph. So with Octopus Intelligent, they charge my car. With a nice image showing us how it works? That'd be nice. No. Not that type. So they charge my car. No, was it? Sorry, someone said that. Damn it, there's so many things in there. Cryptic said they would all come home from work and plug in and charge at the same time. It was you. So when I come home and plug my car in, it does not start charging. It will start charging when my energy provider, Octopus Intelligent, see that the grid load is okay. So even if your spike is a problem, when you've all got electric cars, you won't turn them on all at the same time. In my case, I have adopted to quite an early system here where they control the charging of my car. So I've said what time I want it to be charged by and what charge level I want, and it will then charge it in the gaps when there isn't too much use of the grid. But now I'm just commenting on what you said. You said they would all get home from work and plug and charge at the same time. That's not what happens. The purple drip is a sand. Unfortunately, that's quite low priority compared to this frickin' UI issue. But yeah, this is something I urge you. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter if it's electric cars or religion or politics, whatever it is. Don't just state things without checking. Cryptic, I'm saying that adopting smart chargers is already a solved issue, and there is not going to be an issue with everyone plugging their cars in at once, because my backup fact statement is because there isn't an issue with everyone turning their cookers on at once. The grid can cope with the peak. Incidentally, if we could time shift all this or use house batteries, we don't need a peak. But it can already cope with it. More importantly, with electric cars, the refineries run 24/7. Electric cars can charge at 3 a.m. and they're much more efficient. Render pipeline acid. I don't know. I guess my point is it's already a solved issue, and it can be made even better by blah. To me, load balancing is really important. House batteries make a huge difference. Yes, I am with... this is a very early system that I'm with, Octopus Intelligent. They're one of the first to offer it. The Tesla supports it out the box. Not many cars do. But it's, I believe, all home chargers for a very, very, very long time have supported this. Whether or not they are actively using it, but the hardware supports it. So any smart charger will have it, and it's quite hard to buy a non-smart charger. I mean, I don't use a smart charger, I've got a plug socket. But even the point is that you can, if more and more people adopt smart charging, you can ensure there is no spike when everybody plugs in, and you can time shift that spike to 3 a.m. I believe the tech, though, as I said, is widely the hardware part's widely adopted, but not many power manufacturers, what they call power generators, have it. So Cryptic, how much energy do you think you'll charge your car at? I think when you get an electric car, you begin to reevaluate what energy is, like how big energy is. So I've charged my car at 250 kilowatts. That's more than the arcade. I think that's more than all three of the arcades put together. That is huge. But I mean, I'm just curious because you haven't got one yet. How much do you think, in kilowatts, do you think you'll charge your car at? Like, what's your feeling? And then could you equate that to something? You know, like how many televisions or cookers or things is that? This is what I mean about education is very important, and this is why I have learned it all. It's all up in my head somewhere, and why I do try and share it as much as possible, and I try and be correct. This isn't what I think. This is... I have no opinion. I don't really give a shit whether or not California's grid is good because of solar or not. I don't care. That's your problem. But I want to be correct. I want to make sure that if someone says it's because they all went to solar, and I check and I'm like, well, it's blatantly not, because the mix hasn't changed significantly. I don't know why California does have an issue. Ah, right, okay. I think while I've been talking, I think I've worked it out. The color buffer format did not have a alpha channel. I mean, that hasn't helped as much as I would perhaps hoped. Oh. Yeah, no. That's almost working, apart from the fact that the render texture also appears to be rendering. But yeah, education is very important, and this is the other thing I have discovered over my life, shall we say, is that people are often not very educated. That's a bit harsh. They don't care to learn. I love to learn. I love to find out about stuff. I only found out recently, that graph I showed you, how little lithium we mine compared to what an insane amount of iron. So just put this in context, we mine 114,000 tons of lithium a year and 3,000 million tons of iron. It's not even slightly close. So, okay, you see, there's your first issue, Cryptic, right? You ain't charging your car at 7.5 kilowatts. You can, but why would you? You're unlikely to charge it. I'm currently charging mine, and in fact, I will. Again, stats, figures, facts. I'll stick it in the Discord. Oh, you're not in the Discord. Well, actually, if I just put it in the Discord and then they'll look at it. So yeah, you will not be charging your car at 7 kilowatt hours. You might. It's unlikely, and if you are, you don't need to be. I'm charging at 1 kilowatt right now because I don't need it. I know. Okay, well, there you go. I don't need to charge the car any quicker than that. I'm charging like that. It's going to take more than 24 hours. It's fine. I can crank it up if I need to. I'm currently charging at 5 amps because I have no need to hammer the electricity in. That's not the wheels on my car. I'm supposed to have the right wheels. God damn it, Tezzeret. So, yeah, it's unlikely you'll be charging at 7 kilowatts. Really, really, really. You can get 7 kilowatt home chargers, you can get 11 kilowatt home chargers, but there's really not much point. I can't remember the actual maths off my head, but yeah, I can charge off. That's off a plug socket, by the way, and that's half what the plug socket can deliver. If I crank it up to 10 amps and give it a moment to settle. Oh, Tim, man, you just did that thing I told you not to do. I told you, don't sit there and state things as fact, because I can destroy everything you've just said very, very simply. Wind generators not lithium, solar panels not lithium. This is correct. Wind turbines are mostly aluminium, and solar is mostly glass. The amount of ground turbines or solar and wind generators isn't possible. What? I mean, it is. How much solar panels to power the whole Earth? Isn't it like 200 square miles? It's not very big. Okay, 1.1 million square kilometers. How much would we need? It's not very big. There's not very much silicon in solar panels. They're mostly glass. Well, there we go. We can just work out. The US would need 1.4% of its country covered to make solar panels. Cryptic, I'm not arguing that consumers don't need education. It's just my point is that you're thinking about a 7 kilowatt spike. I'm talking about a 1 kilowatt spike. That's just a computer you've turned on. But yeah, you absolutely could cover 1.4% of your country in solar panels to charge it. Like, yes, you could. So you cannot state it's not possible, because it is. And there is really not very much silicon on a solar panel. But this is the thing, Cryptic. You don't own an electric car yet. Yours is still coming. Or is it reversing? God, I've mixed you up. Before I got my Tesla, I bought myself a nice outdoor fast charger, and then I looked at the price and went, oh, I'll wait. And I've just been using a plug socket since I've got it, and I genuinely have never had an issue. I get home, I plug it in, I don't think about it. It's always got enough range. It's got about 160 miles of range. Right now, by the morning, it'll have 220 miles. I mean, McTribble, if we could just cover whales in solar panels, that'd be great. Tim, again, you're doing it again. Stop doing it. The thing you should say, instead of saying what you said, was, but is it not true that clouds will cover the panels? Yes, it is. But it doesn't matter. Glass is silicon, yeah, but it's sort of... It's not computer silicon, it's just sand melted down. I have solar panels, and I can tell you that however cloudy it is out there, it does not make much difference to how much energy I make. It really doesn't. I thought it would. So again, this is what I'm trying to say. You should every person, everyone in the world should be keen to learn. Before I had solar panels, I would have said that on a good day, I'll get 100%, and when it's cloudy, I'll get 5%. But it's really not. It's like... on a good day, let's say I get 1,000 watts. On a bad day, I'll get like 700. It really is a shockingly small difference between cloudy and not cloudy, which is not what I expected. And I continue to make power for like half an hour after the sun goes down because the sky is lit. It's also worth pointing out, Cryptic, they 1.7 kilowatt. That's not a very big solar array. That's four solar panels. The thing is also, Cryptic, that most people won't have a 7 kilowatt charger at their house. You would have to actively pay to get one. Wait, did I fix it? Is it totes fixed? I think it is. God damn. Look at that. I didn't even break wind. I didn't even break stride. And I fixed it. Okay, so I make that bright orange, just in case it was... There we go. Ah. Right, so semi-transparent stuff is affected by it. Oh, I love this man. It's the same thing with electric cars. I mean, I've mentioned this before. I was expecting to spend my life charging the car, when in reality, what happens is the car beeps at you with a "Can you hurry up, please? I'm full. It's time to go." Whereas I'm sitting there with my coffee and my sandwich, going, "But I wanted to watch something on Netflix. I don't want to drive." But yeah, I do agree absolutely 100%. What you said is so true, that education is important. I mean, Tim, don't get me wrong, you've been wrong, but I'm hoping from this you've taken away, I didn't know that, I've learned that, I read on Facebook that there isn't enough rare earth minerals. It's that sort of thing. This is a chance to educate yourself. Everyone should educate themselves a lot. This is really important. This is back to broken again. That's the wrong... Okay, so I still have to... Oh, I was hoping not to render the texture. Damn it. Always, if proven wrong, don't dig in. Don't double down. Don't go, "Oh yeah, but..." Go, "Holy shit, I didn't realise that." Always use being wrong as a way of growing as a person. Well, the thing about snow, of course, that snow is transparent. You know, it lets light through. It's not solid. Oh dear. Hold on. Did I? Is it that didn't get saved? Let's check. No, that's saved. Alright, let me turn off that. Let me zeroize that. The good thing about being wrong and then getting corrected is it means next time you'll definitely be right. Skycast, it is true that solar panels make more energy when they're cold, but it's pretty irrelevant. It's something silly like if you get your solar panel up to 60 degrees C, it will generate slightly less energy, but it's really not a big number. It's really not, which is, I guess, good. But I mean, there've been talk about water cooling solar panels, and they're like, you can gain 3% electricity, and everyone's like, oh, okay, it's not really a lot, is it? I mean, if snow on panels was an issue, it's not rocket science to just run the current back through it to gently warm them. Done. Yes, Esme, the point is that when it's hot, it may be less efficient, but you've also got more sunlight as a rule of thumb. And California doesn't then go down to the -20. So if temperature was more important, you just build the solar panels in the somewhere cold. Right, so no, that's still wrong, isn't it? That's definitely different. But if I turn the camera off, damn it. Okay, I am going to have to use the render detector trick. Yes, you can water cool the panels and then use the warm water. Basically, I've just learned a lot about this because I have been bombarded with, I wouldn't say lies, that assumes that you know it's wrong, just misinformation, just lack of education. And I have always, my whole life, I don't know why, been fascinated by batteries. All the time. I don't know why, just have been. So I have kind of gravitated towards this, the fuck? Energy shift that we're going through. Do I need to clear it with black? Yes, I need to clear it with black. And I've also, I mean, you guys weren't here for the process, but getting solar panels on a house battery has been quite an eye-opener for me. I mean, I did not realise at all how much electricity I was using and how much was generated. I've also had some horrific issues with that, but it's a story for another day. Yeah, I wish that I was at 80%. Mine's more like 4% at the moment for reasons that I'll talk about on a different stream. So today I have generated 3.5 kilowatts. That's not bad. That's about 3 hours worth, I suppose. Yeah, that's not looking overblown. That's actually looking a lot less broken than it was before. All apart from that, which does not look how I... But yeah, unfortunately, education is a constant issue. It doesn't help that people state, I'll say lies. That's not the right word. That insinuates on purpose. They state lies as fact, and this happens so much, and it annoys me that it happens so much because it shouldn't. Like it. Just because you think you're right doesn't mean you are, and if you're wrong, you should own that and not double down. But unfortunately, these days, doubling down does appear to be the... why does that look fine? People would much rather double down than go, oh shit, I didn't realise. I'm always happy to be wrong. Well, I'm not happy to be always wrong, that'd be terrible. But I am always happy to be wrong. See, that looks really good. Yes. No, Skycast, I'm not triggered. Dear God, you can tell if I'm triggered because I use the fuck every third sentence, every third word. No, this is a discussion. This is more of an education thing on, I say green living, but let's call it the electrical revolution. I don't know. I'm sure that's what it will be called eventually. Like it takes a lot to trigger me, and usually it's something very serious, not someone calling a lithium a rare earth metal. I'm not that sort of snowflake. It is so, Springer. One of the questions I get asked a lot about FortressCraft 2, which is when is it coming out, and the answer is very straightforward: when it doesn't look like FortressCraft, and not before. That's probably the best answer I can give. When it doesn't look like FortressCraft. Let's try 18. That seems to be the thing. But I mean, the other thing that has surprised me with my particular setup of the smart charging of the car is I know for a fact when it's money aside, my car is charged 100% off green energy, 100% renewable. At this point, the grid is not on the load. At this point, the UK grid is fine. It is in positive sort of numbers, and this means that I'm being just a little bit green. The other thing about the solar, not so much, but back in September when I got it, I was mostly doing my electricity during the day off grid. So it's not just that I'm saving money. I am. That is a thing. I can't pretend it's not. But really importantly, I had subtracted one house's worth of electricity from the grid. I freed up a house's worth for someone else to use, and that was good. No, Springer, my point is that it looking different is my main goal before re-releasing the game, more than anything else, which is when you go. So, I mean, even here, hopefully you begin to see it a little bit. This room's a bit more airy and light and open. This room, the manufacturing room, is all dusty and horrible. These rooms aren't done yet. God damn it, why is this reactor light not the right brightness? It should be 18, and it is 18. Okay, but oh, no it ain't. Damn, see, that looks awesome. Look at that. I hope I can make the rest of the world look this good, but that looks cool. Yes, regarding the name of the car, there was a competition to name my car, which is an electric car, and Dora's my cat, and Shauka was the first person. He said Duracell, and I was like, yeah, Duracell, yeah, that's it. Okay, end of end of competition. Cryptic, were the batteries ever actually thrown away? I believe. So the Renault Zoes were really the first, closely followed by the Nissan Leafs. And Nissan has been putting quote-unquote dead batteries into hospitals since almost since day one of them breaking. So I'm not actually sure that's true. Oh no. I can't click on anything. Right, that could be an issue. Oh man, have I lost my world? I have. And everything's blurry. Oh man. Right, well that's something I'm going to need to work out what the hell's going on there. Because all I've done is I've just told it, so if I tell it to render back to the screen, it'll screw up. Right. I like to think I'm quite smart. But I don't know what the bloody hell's going on there. Yes. Now, as far as I know, Nissan's basically worked out a hole in the market and went, holy shit, we can just sell these batteries on. Like, they very quickly went, yeah, that's what we're doing. Why can't I click on things? Springard, you said you knew a bit of Unity. Why, when this camera is running to a display texture, to a render texture, can I not click on the menus? Forget the fact it's upside down, but you notice that they're highlighting, and all I'm going to change is it's now rendering to a texture, and it's not. I wonder if it's just not displaying it. Oh yeah, well, I've heard these referred to as Schrodinger's batteries. So at the same time, electric car batteries are far, far too expensive to replace because of all the precious metals, and at the same time get thrown to landfill. And I love people just sort of try to sort of sit in both camps at once. I've seen it a lot. It's just like, dude, you can't have it both ways. It can only be one of them. And usually it depends whether or not they're arguing that. I saw someone say they can a replacement engine for their car only costs a couple of grand. And it's like, what? Like, you show me any car, you can get a brand new, not reconditioned engine and get it fitted professionally by the manufacturer for £2,000, and I will concede the point in a heartbeat. Oh wait, you can't, because that's not true. Okay, the UI looks different outside. Because I haven't quite solved it, it was aided, ironically, by the fact it was dark in here. Dang it. Ah, right, blending mode, alpha. There we go, that should solve that. But yeah, it's also worth noting that all of the data we have on car batteries is quite old. So Tesla's last 350,000 miles for the cobalt batteries, the cobalt batteries, the older ones. If you subtract the Model S from that, no one really knows how long the Model 3 batteries will last. There's not much data. Nearly every Tesla battery that's died has been a Model S. So, and we've got a lot better at batteries, battery management, about battery cooling, battery heating, battery usage since the Model S, which was 2014 car, I want to say. It was a while ago, wasn't it? So yeah, no one really knows how long the Model 3 batteries will last, which is fascinating. Yeah, I believe recycling EV batteries is already a multi-billion-dollar thing, and will just become more so as time goes on. Damn, that looks super cool. Don't know if you can see that. You see that little sort of ledge there? You can see the shadow that's casting through the air. If I can make all the game look like this, I should be a happy man. Don't know why the frame rate's rubbish. We'll come back to that. I just want to work out why that's not working. I think that needs to be black, not white. I mean, I'm assuming it's the Raycaster, but that's not using pixels, surely. Oh, did it? I don't think they can stop you recycling your car battery into a Powerwall. Tesla Powerwalls are old Tesla batteries. They are dumb. Nissan, it's quite easy with a Nissan Leaf to do it. I don't know of anyone who's done it with a Tesla, but you could certainly do it. The Tesla doesn't know it's spinning a motor. It could be driving a house. Yes, apparently Tesla did want to call it the Model E, but Ford wouldn't let them. I'm really confuzzled. All I'm doing here is changing whether or not it's rendering to a texture. It breaks briefly, but the collision's working. I have no idea why it's upside down. But I have actually gone on quite a lot longer than I intended to. But I am enjoying, hopefully, educating y'all a bit. I love cars. I've always loved cars. I've written a great number of car racing games. I love cars to bits. I am super happy to talk about them. I like fast cars. I always have. I like beautiful cars. I like classic cars. And I like electric cars because they're really quick. And if you don't like them because they're electric, even though they're really quick, well, then you don't like cars for the right reason. Liking cars because they're quick is the right reason to like cars, no matter how noisy they are. I have a noisy car, I just don't drive it anymore. But I am always very, very interested in the future, how things are going, you know, house batteries and heat pumps and all of those things. That does actually look really cool. Apart from, I think this one might be in lumen. I think it breaks when I change it. So I change that from EV back to, let me try I can see it if I do that. That looks sweet. This is also the first time I've used a cookie on a light, which makes it look even better. I don't know about the drive on the E45. I hadn't even thought about it. Yeah, again, on the subject of learning and growing and finding out more, California have just banned two-stroke engines for lawnmowers and things like that. And one of the comments was immediately, "Oh, what are we supposed to do now?" So I said, "We'll use electric ones." And so I said, "What about snow?" And I was like, "Well," so I linked them a Ryobi snowblower. And they immediately said, "Oh, that's not going to work, won't be powerful enough, won't last long enough." And it's like, but dude, literally 10 minutes ago, you didn't even know these existed. You had no clue these were a thing. You did not know about them, and now you have stated as fact they don't work. I was like, what? Like, it's that sort of, instead of going, oh wow, I didn't know these were a thing, going, oh, they won't work. But yeah, I've got well, Cryptic, before I can work out if we can be friends or not, which battery tools have you got? Let's sure. Let's make sure you're in the right camp. Yeah, I mean, this is important. Basically, there's a correct answer, a very correct answer, and just a whole bunch of wrong ones. Actually, no, I guess there's 3 correct answers, thinking about it. Oh, I actually have it hooked up directly, okay. Wait. Wow. I don't think so. DeWalt's American, Makita is German, and the correct one is Japanese, obviously. But I would need to check that. So Milwaukee. Okay, here we go. Arrgh! Continue without supporting us. Yeah, fuck off. So yeah, so Black & Decker are DeWalt. Ryobi are, I can't even see them in this list. Where's Makita? They're blue. No, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, in the UK is almost entirely Black & Decker and Stanley. Like, those are the 2 biggest. I haven't even heard of most of these. Oh, Ryobi is TTI. Where's Makita? Dremel is Bosch. Of course it is. So this is what I think. So this is the perfect example of you thought you were right, but you're not. This is assuming. We'll have to assume, of course. No, as far as I can tell, this is correct. So someone has done their research on this. This has, you're going to have to take this as someone has absolutely done their research. It doesn't surprise me in the slightest that they are these massive companies. Makita's in the Apex group. I believe you. I just can't say it. Maybe it's just not here. Maybe this is old. But yeah, it doesn't surprise me in the slightest that they are these massive conglomerates when they just buy up stuff left and right. But it's not like the video card industry or the like Halfords in the UK. At least there are a few competitors. Anyway, Cryptic, the correct answer is Makita. Sorry, Ryobi. If you're rich, to be fair, if you're a professional, then it's Makita or DeWalt. But oh my god, is that stuff expensive? It's super expensive. I've got Ryobi, partly because they were very, very nice to Mighty Car Mods, and they just sent them loads of stuff. And they went, "You don't need to talk about it. We noticed you use our stuff. Here, have all the new things." And I like the Ryobi stuff. It's a good price, and it's great. Like, the electric stuff is just superb. Oh, power core light, yeah. Yeah. Oh, thank you for your service, Cryptic. I think that's what they have to say in your country. bear in mind, that entire thing is just completely fucking weird to a British person. The concept of saying anything nice to a soldier is just so alien. It's just, oh, tell us a fun story. Because I say it to Tad a lot and he hates it. He's like, shut up. I've got to do set intensity, I think. Yeah, I said I've been to the States a couple of times, and I went to the Empire State Building, and you get like, initially I was like, holy shit, there's something going on, because there's so many people in uniform, like, oh god. And then you realise that people in uniform get discounts everywhere, so they wear their uniform everywhere. And it's like, I've known some soldiers, but like, they didn't wear the uniform, well, unless they had to. Like, it's one of those, you know, you didn't do when you were off duty, because that would be weird. But yeah, culture shock. Oh man, okay, that's what I like, isn't it? That's working, right? that looks awesome. Whether or not this is the look I'm going with, I don't know, but that does look awesome. Cryptic, I thought you said my handgun says veteran on it, so I can use that to get discounts. I am happy with how that looks. I guess the next thing to work out is why you can just see it there. Just want to pause there. Is it scaled or something? I'm going to have to look at the NGUI code, but that is a thing for another time. But that has been a productive day. I have, as ever, thoroughly enjoyed working on the project. I've thoroughly enjoyed talking to you guys, and we are making good progress on the game. The inside is looking better. We have much less magenta. It's all good. So I'm going to take a break for a couple of hours, and if you wish to join me for Astro Trucks at 9, that is in 2.5 hours, I'll be testing my new game. If it looks like it's a game that interests you, let me know. I can get you a key and you can come and play with me. That wasn't very well phrased. And I will see you all then for that. And if not, then I will see you all next Friday for more FortressCraft.